We've always been a family that thinks about spend, save, give. It was refreshing to find a financial company that echoed that mentality.
With Thrivent, it's more than just about gaining financial confidence. It's about how you can use your resources to create change in your community. It's been a relationship that's created a whole exponential amount of good.
At Southeast Iowa Insurance, we're proud to call Williamsburg home. We're your neighbors, your friends, and your trusted insurance advisors. For over 38 years, we have been protecting what matters most. Whether it's your home, auto, business, farm, crop, life, or health, we offer coverage tailored to your needs. Our trusted insurance advisors are here to protect you, and since we work with a vast number of insurance carriers, we are able to offer competitive insurance pricing that is specific to you. We are locally owned and locally invested. You're welcome to visit us at our website or stop by and see us on the north side of the square. We would love to see you.
Traditional seed meters need continual adjustment to plant accurately, which leads to skips, doubles, and ultimately lost yield. V-set seed meters singulate seeds accurately without any adjustments, resulting in perfect seed placement throughout your field. Contact your local precision planting dealer today.
For 90 years, Ullman's has offered quality craftsmanship, style, selection, and exceptional customer service.
Create the home you've always wanted at Ullman's Fine Home Furnishings in Williamsburg.
Let Ullman's help you select comfort and performance that will leave you with the stunning home that you've always wanted.
And remember, there's always free delivery. Stop into Ullman's Fine Home Furnishings in Williamsburg today and stay as long as you like.
From up here, the world seems small. We can sit together.
We know your home deserves reliable care from people who treat it like their own. When you call Ackerman Plumbing, you'll hear a friendly voice ready to help, and you can rest easy knowing you're working with a team of trustworthy, licensed professionals prepared to help you every step of the way. Whether it's a small plumbing repair, a kitchen and bathroom design and renovation, or a new construction plumbing, you've got this because we've got you.
Unbelievable amount of devastation. I've never seen anything like it.
We had a beautiful barn that was gone in 20 minutes.
Farm Bureau stepped up right away and said, hey, we got you and we'll be there for you.
We were taken care of. Now we could get on to repairing and rebuilding.
I tell everybody about Farm Bureau.
We're fortunate to say we have good coverage with good people doing it.
Contact Shannon Slockett and Wendy Yelland in Williamsburg today.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old here, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, old mountain mama, take me home. Country roads. Oh,
Well, we had our first baby.
It is beautiful or handsome.
Oh, it's a boy.
We're interested in life insurance.
And we bought a bigger car.
Yeah.
Bigger car. Here is your plan. Goodbye.
When protecting your future, count on a human. Only a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent will sit down with you for a super check and together create a plan that works for you. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Contact Shannon Slockett and Wendy Yelland in Williamsburg today.
Pain, hands, feet, it comes and goes. Neuropathy pain strikes and another drug or surgery just won't do. At least talk to Agape Chiropractic Laser Clinic for a consultation. It won't cost a dime. Agape has the only FDA-approved Class 4 therapeutic laser that just might be your answer. No drugs, no surgeries. Worth a call? Agape Chiropractic Laser Clinic. Call for a free consultation and start feeling better without drugs or surgery.
Every home has a story, and for us, it's about the excitement on a young couple's face when they get the keys to their first home, or the happiness of watching a growing family purchase a home with a bigger backyard for their kids to roam. It's about the attention to detail of a new build and long-time dream finally taking off. And it's about the satisfaction of making the home buying process simple and smooth for a family looking to get back to their roots in the country. Apply in person or through the FTSB Mortgage Express app and let us help start your story. Come see us.
There are places where people truly value relationships, where distance is measured in acres, and all roads lead to families on one mission: to provide for their loved ones, their community, and the world. That's where you'll find us. Generation after generation. Farm Bureau Financial Services. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Contact the Klosterboer Agency in Williamsburg today.
Bellin Construction, Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been a proud Raider supporter for over 30 years. Our family-owned and operated business also takes pride in serving the Williamsburg area and surrounding communities. Whether you need us for new construction, remodels, plumbing service calls, or HVAC replacements, we have the experience it takes to get the job done right. From our crew at Belland Inc., go Raiders!
Growing up, I didn't know a lot about money. It wasn't really talked about, and so there were a lot of things that I didn't learn until later in my life. I want my girls to have a different experience than I did. I want them to know that money can be a tool to help others. Working with Thrivent helped me set my girls on a strong financial path and instill lessons in them at a younger age than when I learned them.
Running a single downforce setting across an entire field causes yield loss because the setting is rarely correct. Delta Force is an automated row-by-row downforce control system that measures and adjusts downforce every time there is variability in your field, so your crops will thrive for optimal yields. Contact your local Precision Planting dealer today.
There are places where all roads lead to families providing for their loved ones and their community, where friends are found down every street. That's where you'll find us, taking time to get to know you, calling you by name, generation after generation. Farm Bureau Financial Services. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Contact the Klosterboer Agency in Williamsburg today.
Create the home you've always wanted at Ullman's Fine Home Furnishings in Williamsburg.
For 90 years, Ullman's has offered quality craftsmanship, style, selection, and exceptional customer service.
Let Ullman's help you select comfort and performance that will leave you with the stunning home you've always wanted. And remember, there's always free delivery. Stop into Ullman's Fine Home Furnishings in Williamsburg today and stay as long as you like.
Your grandmother's fine china, those trendy sneakers, your collection of hand-carved duck decoys. Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense.
Ask the Lillis Insurance Agency in Williamsburg if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Oh, now you do your job.
From our fireside to yours, make memories that will last with Fireside Winery. Share with friends tasteful exuberance found in every bottle. Experience delicious rich tones straight from the vines while enjoying the stunning Iowa landscape. Whether cozying up to our fire pit or relaxing at home with a good book, Fireside Winery makes every sip a moment to savor. For our complete wine list or preview upcoming events, visit firesidewinery.com. Fireside Winery, from our fireside to yours.
At Williamsburg Smiles, we believe dentistry should feel different. From little ones to grandparents, we love caring for patients of all ages in a space that feels welcoming and judgment-free. We use the latest technology to make your experience easier and more comfortable. Our digital scanner and 3D printer mean no messy impressions and faster, more precise, clear aligners for straighter smiles. But what really sets us apart is how we treat you. You will never feel like just a number here. Each smile is unique, and our team takes the time to personalize your care and answer your questions. Experience dentistry differently at Williamsburg Smiles.
Okay, can you hear me through the headset? Okay, I can hear you. All right, perfect. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to Williamsburg Raider basketball on the Williamsburg YouTube channel. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, thank you for taking some time for Williamsburg Raider basketball. Joining me later on the broadcast will be Seth Ikowitz, a special education teacher at Williamsburg, former basketball coach at Ottumwa and Sadell, and current high school referee, and that's what he's doing right now, is refereeing one of the lower level games here in our old gym. So he officiates over 100 games a year. My triplets, Tasha, Trevor, and Tyler, are going to try to do stats from Ames tonight to help me out. And we have Cooper Bott and Hudson Nunnally working the video board and helping taking stats as well, along with Zayden Lannert. Tonight the Raiders are hosting the Center Point Urbana Stormwind Pointers, who come in with a 1-1 record. The Raiders are 12-20 all-time against CPU, but the Raiders have won the last two meetings. In last season's matchup in Center Point, the Raiders won 49-42. It was a back-and-forth game early with the score tied at 12 at the end of the first quarter. The Raiders outscored CPU 8-3 in the second quarter to lead 20-15 at halftime. The Stormwind Pointers cut into the Raiders' lead, winning the third quarter 13-10 for a 30-28 Raider two-point lead at the end of three. The Raiders outscored Center Point Urbana by 5 in the fourth quarter, 19-14, for the 49-42 7-point Raider win at Center Point Urbana last year. The Raiders shot 46% from the field, 29% from three-point range, with 36% of their shots coming from three-point range for an effective field goal percentage of 51%, assisting on 33% of their made field goals with 6 assists, scoring 49 points for an offensive efficiency of a 74.7. 20.9 below their season average, but 5.6 above what Center Point Urbana allowed their opponents last year. The Raiders post an efficiency rating of 48, 15.1 below their season average, but 10.5 above what the Stormwind Pointers allowed their opponents. For the Raiders, the Farm Bureau star player of the game. If you're looking for a star to help you navigate through the difficulties of life, give Farm Bureau agent Jared Klosterboer a call to learn how he can make it easy to protect the things that are most important to you. Your home, family, farm, and future was Zoe Allen with 13 points, 4 of 7 shooting, 5 for 6 from the free throw line, grabbed 5 rebounds, 2 of them on the offensive glass, and had 1 assist. The Ullman's Furniture bench player of the game. Whether you're furnishing a large home or an efficiency condo, you're sure to find something that fits your needs at Ullman's Furniture. Was Channing Becker with 5 points on 2 of 5 shooting, 1 for 2 from three-point range, 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 3 steals. Kennedy Skaggs also had a good game for the Raiders with 5 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. Center Point Urbana had their third worst shooting game on the season, shooting at 28% from the field, 25% from three-point range, taking 31% of their shots from distance for an effective field goal percentage of 31%, scoring 42 points for an offensive efficiency of 64 points per 100 possessions. 26.5 below their season average and 1.3 below what the Raiders allowed their opponents. The Stormwind Pointers post an efficiency rating of 30, 26.6 below their season average, but 0.2 above what the Raiders allowed their opponents on the season. The Raiders forced CPU to turn the ball over on 31% of their possessions, a season high, forcing a season high 20 turnovers. The Stormwind Pointers also had a season-high 19 fouls in the game against the Raiders last season in Center Point. The Bell & Plumbing player who did it all for CPU, repairs and new installs, Bell & Plumbing, Heating and Construction does it all from start to finish. They have the experience it takes to get the job done right here in your backyard. Was senior Maya Hillers with 26 points, 8 of 16 shooting, 3 for 7 from three-point range, and 7 for 10 from the free throw line. Grabbed 8 rebounds, 3 of them on the offensive glass, an assist, 5 steals, and a block. The Casey's sub of the game, Casey's, the pizza place that sells gas and subs too, was sophomore Grace Essling with 4 points, 2 of 3 shooting, grabbed 4 rebounds, and had 2 steals. Center Point Urbana opened the season with a 40-31 win over the 15th-ranked Decorah Vikings. CPU just played the Xavier Saints on Tuesday, losing to the Saints 55-35. The Raiders opened the season defeating the Saints here at the RAC 49-36. The Storm Pointers shot 30% and 13% from three-point range, 2 of 15, taking 38% of their shots from distance for an effective field goal percentage of 33%, assisting on 42% of their made field goals with 5 assists, scoring 35 points for an offensive efficiency of 56.1 and an efficiency rating of 25. CPU turned the ball over on 45% of their possessions, turned the ball over 28 times, 13 of which were steals by Xavier. Center Point Urbana did collect 52% of their misses, grabbing 12 offensive rebounds. The Bell and Plumbing player who did it all for CPU was junior Kyler White with 8 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The KC sub of the game was junior Amelia Wilhelmi, scoring 1 point and grabbed 4 rebounds, 2 of them on the offensive glass. Xavier shot 44% from the field, 47% from three-point range, 7 of 15 from distance, with 31% of their shots coming from behind the three-point arc for an effective field goal percentage of 44%, assisting on 78% of their made field goals with 14 assists, scoring 55 points for an offensive efficiency of 88.2 and an efficiency rating of 52. Senior Madden Wilson was the Bell and Plumbing player who did it all for Xavier, scoring 16 points, making 3 field goals, 1 from three-point range, and 9 for 10 from the free throw line. Had 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 6 steals. Senior Giselle Lang and Kaylee O'Brien also had good games for the Saints. Giselle Lang scored 13 points on 5 of 10 shooting, a perfect 3 for 3 from three-point range. Had 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal. Kaylee O'Brien scored 10 points on 4 of 5 shooting, made a 3 and a free throw, along with 4 rebounds, 2 of them on the offensive glass, an assist and a steal. The Raiders traveled to Burlington on Tuesday, taking on the 11th-ranked Greyhounds, winning a 63-30. The Raiders jumped on the Greyhounds right away, outscoring Burlington 20-1 in the first quarter. The Raiders led 26 at halftime, 38-12, outscoring the Greyhounds 18-11 in the second quarter. Burlington trimmed the Raiders' lead by 2, winning the third quarter 13-11 for a 49-25 Raider lead after 3. The Raiders outscored the Greyhounds 14-5 in the fourth quarter for the 63-30 33-point win in Burlington on Tuesday night. The Raiders only shot 35% from the field and 23% from three-point range, with 42% of their shots coming from behind the three-point arc for an effective field goal percentage of 40%, assisting on 76% of their made field goals with 19 assists, scoring 63 points for an offensive efficiency of 95.2 and an efficiency rating of 89. The Raiders grabbed 22 offensive rebounds. The Farm Bureau Star Player of the Game and the Ullman's Furniture Bench Player of the Game for the Raiders was sophomore Kylie Sewer, posting a double-double with 16 points on 7 of 13 shooting and a perfect 2 for 2 from the free throw line, and 13 rebounds, 10 of those coming off the offensive boards and a block. Freshman Tenley Sanchez, junior Ava Hooker, senior Zoe Allen, and sophomore Channing Becker also had good games for the Raiders. Tenley Sanchez had 8 points on 3 of 6 shooting, 2 for 5 from three-point range, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and a steal. Ava Hooker had 12 points, 7 rebounds, 4 on the offensive glass, 4 assists, a steal, and 2 blocks. Zoe Allen had 4 points, 10 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 blocks. And Channing Becker had 6 points, 4 rebounds, an assist, and 5 steals. The Raiders had Burlington to shooting 19% from the field and 11% from three-point range, with 38% of their shots coming from behind the three-point arc for an effective field goal percentage of 21%, assisting on 44% of their made field goals with 4 assists, scoring 30 points for an offensive efficiency of 45.3 and an efficiency rating of 19. The Bell and Plummer player who did it for the Greyhounds was senior Daphne Brown with 12 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 steals. Senior Miley Stiefel led Burlington with 13 points. Now let's take a look at the Capper Ford keys to the game. Find the perfect vehicle for your lifestyle at Capper Ford. See for yourself the Capper experience. The Capper Ford key of the game for offense goes to the Raiders. The Raiders are averaging 56 points per game on the season so far after 2 games for an offensive efficiency of 85.4 points per 100 possessions, 10.2 below their average from last season. Sophomore Kylie Sewers leading the Raiders in scoring, averaging 10.5 points per game. Junior Ava Hooker is averaging 9.5, and Kennedy Skaggs is averaging 9 points a game. Center Point Urbana is averaging 37.5 points per game for an offensive efficiency of 63.2 points per 100 possessions, 27.3 below their season average from last year. CPU is losing its top scorer from last season in Maya Hillers, who averaged 9 points a game, along with Avery Sweeney, Addie Tupa, and Maya Burkhart. The top returning scorers for the Storm and Pointers are sophomore Adeline Stein, who averaged 7.7 points per game last season, and junior Grace Essling, who averaged just over 6. Essling is leading CPU in scoring after 2 games, averaging 11.5 points per game, and Adeline Stein is averaging 10. The Raiders are shooting 33% from the field, 24% from three-point range, for an effective field goal percentage of 38.6, below their season averages from last season of 41%, 30%, and an effective field goal percentage of 47. Ava Hooker, Kennedy Skaggs, Kylie Seward, Channing Becker, Zoe Allen, and Taylor Sanchez are all averaging more than 5 shots a game for the Raiders. After 2 games, Center Point Urbana is shooting 27% from the field, 18% from three-point range, for an effective field goal percentage of 31%. Denny Catcher, Adeline Stein, Grace Essling, Macy Kinchy, and Akira White are all averaging 5 or more shots a game. After 2 games, the Raiders are shooting 25% from a three-point range, below their 30% from last season, taking 43% of their field goal attempts from three-point range, averaging 24.5 threes, making 6. 5 different Raiders are averaging 2 or more threes per game, led by Kennedy Skaggs, followed by Ava Hooker, Taylor Sanchez, Channing Becker, and Tenley Sanchez. Center Point Urbana is shooting 18% from distance, taking 35% of their shots from behind the three-point arc, averaging 16.5 threes per game, making 3. Center Point Urbana is losing Maya Burkhart, Addie Tupa, Josie Klett, and Avery Sweeney, who averaged 2 or more threes a game last season for the Storm and Pointers. The top returning players for Center Point Urbana from distance are Denny Catcher, Grace Essling. Denny Catcher and Grace Essling are leading CPU from three-point range after 2 games, along with Kira White and Macy Kinchy and Adeline Stein. The Raiders are assisting on 68% of their made field goals after 2 games, above their 59% average from last season, averaging 13 assists. Kennedy Skaggs is leading the Raiders with 6 assists, followed by Ava Hooker, Channing Becker, and Tenley Sanchez with 5 each. Center Point Urbana is assisting on 54% of their made field goals, averaging 7 assists. The Storm Pointers are losing their top 3 players in assists from last season, in Addie Tupa, who ranked 5th in the WAMAC in assists, averaging over 3 a game, Avery Sweeney and Maya Hillers. Grace Essling and Adeline Stein are the top returning Storm and Pointers in assists. So far this season, after 2 games, Kira White and Macy Kinchy are leading Center Point Urbana in assists with 4 each. The Capper Ford key of the game for defense goes to the Raiders. The Raiders were the best defensive team in the WAMAC last season, allowing their opponents to score 39 points per game for a defensive efficiency of 65.3. After 2 games, the Raiders are even better than their WAMAC best last season, allowing their opponents to score just 33 points per game for a defensive efficiency of 50.3. Center Point Urbana is allowing their opponents to score 43 points so far for a defensive efficiency of 72.5, 3.4 below their average from last season. The Raiders are allowing their opponents to shoot 22% from the field, 19% from three-point range, allowing their opponents to take 38% of their shots from behind the three-point arc for an effective field goal percentage allowed of 26%, allowing their opponents to assist on 48% of their made field goals, allowing 5 assists. Center Point Urbana is allowing its opponents to shoot 34% from the field, 35% from three-point range, with their opponents taking 28% of their shots from distance for an effective field goal percentage of 39%, allowing their opponents to assist on 71.4% of their made field goals, allowing 10 assists. Zoe Allen led the Raiders in blocks last season with 8. Ava Hooker, Zoe Allen, and Taylor Sanchez have 2 blocks each after 2 games. Center Point Urbana is losing its top 3 players in blocks. Maya Hillers, who led CPU with 8, Addie Tupa, and Avery Sweeney. The top returner in blocks for the Storm and Pointers is Denny Catcher. So far after 2 games, Macy Kinshee is leading Center Point Urbana in blocks with 4, and Kyra White has 2. The capper forward key of the game for the free throw line goes to the Raiders. The Raiders are getting to the free throw line at a 35.1 free throw rate, above their 24.4 free throw rate from last season, averaging 20 free throws a game, shooting 60%, making 12 free throws a night. Taylor Sanchez is leading the Raiders from the charity stripe, followed by Ava Hooker, Kylie Seward, Kennedy Skaggs, and Zoe Allen. Center Point Urbana is getting to the free throw line at a 34.7 free throw rate, above their 25.3 free throw rate from last season, averaging 16.5 free throws, shooting 52% from the charity stripe, making 8.5. Center Point Urbana is losing Maya Hillers and Avery Sweeney, who averaged more than 2 free throws a game last season for the Storm Pointers. The top returning player for Center Point Urbana from the free throw line is Adeline Stein. So far after 2 games, Grace Essling is leading Center Point Urbana from the charity stripe, followed by Adeline Stein and Kira White. The Raiders are sending their opponents to the free throw line at a 33.7 free throw rate, right about their rate from last season of 31.4, allowing 16 free throws attempted, with their opponents making 8.5, with their opponent shooting 53% from the charity stripe. Center Point Urbana is sending their opponents to the free throw line at a 45.1 free throw rate, well above their 27.8 from last season, allowing almost 19 free throws per game, with their opponents making 11, shooting almost 60%. The capper forward key of the game for rebounding goes to the Raiders. The Raiders are grabbing 51.4% of their misses, collecting 18.5 offensive rebounds. The Raiders grabbed 36% of their misses last season, collecting 10 offensive rebounds. The top rebounding team in the WAMAC last season was Independence, grabbing 38% of their misses, averaging almost 12 offensive rebounds per game. Kylie Seward just collected 10 offensive rebounds at Burlington and has 14 after 2 games. Ava Hooker, Zoe Allen, Kennedy Skaggs, Channing Becker, and Taylor Sanchez are all averaging an offensive rebound or more per game. Center Point Urbana is grabbing 46% of their misses, well above their average from last season of 34.6, averaging 15.5 offensive rebounds. Center Point Urbana is losing Maya Hillers, Avery Sweeney, Addie Tupa, and Maya Burkhart, who all averaged more than an offensive rebound per game last season. The Storm Pointers do return their top offensive rebounder from last season in Adeline Stein, who collected 54% of her rebounds off the offensive glass last season. Stein already has 10 offensive rebounds in their first 2 games. Denny Catcher, Grace Essling, Macy Kinshee, and Kira White and Amelia Wilhelmi are all averaging an offensive rebound or more so far on the season. The Raiders are also the better defensive rebounding team, and then Center Point Urbana. The capper forward key of the game for the turnover battle is even, with the Raiders doing a better job of taking care of the ball, but Center Point Urbana forcing more turnovers. Let's send it down to PA announcer Nathan King for the starting lineups, sponsored by the Sundown. If you're looking for starters, a main course, or good beverages, stop on down to the Sundown. No matter when you'll visit, you'll enjoy great food and great company. Visit the Sundown Bar and Grill today to see what all the hype is about.
First, your starting lineups for the Storm Pointers. A senior, number 3, Danny Ketchum. A junior, number 4, Kira White. A junior, number 12, Grace Essling. A sophomore, number 13, Macy Kinshee. And a sophomore, number 20, Adeline Steen. CPU is coached by Nathan Kellogg, assisted by Dan Hillers, Madison Rowe, and Keith Steffen. A senior number 10, Zoe Allen. A junior number 12, Ava Hooker. A junior number 14, Taylor Sanchez. And a senior number 24, Kennedy Skaggs. The Raiders are coached by Stephanie Dacey, assisted by Brett Kovachek and Aaron Davis. Athletic training services are provided by Compass Memorial Hospital and athletic trainer Ryan Freiberger. We would like to welcome game officials for tonight, Joshua Schaefer, Ben Oberman, and John Woodward. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and join our Ruger hats for the playing of the national anthem. Tonight's anthem will be sung by Williamsburg vocal group Sirens and in harmony under the direction of Katie Birdie and Zach Ring.
Let's take a look at the uniforms for the teams tonight, sponsored by Elite Sports. If you want your team to look its best, Elite Sports is a custom screen printing and embroidery company that's working with over 150 high schools and colleges in Iowa. They focus on athletics, but print for any business or occasion. Screen printing, embroidery, awards, and trophies, and custom artwork. At Elite Sports, their team of skilled in-house artists are available to assist with all of your needs. So the Raiders in the home whites with the Berg across the chest in red numbers. And center point Urbana looks more like a charcoal gray type of uniform with a white CPU across the front, white numbers. Raiders winning the opening tip. And center point Urbana comes out man-to-man defense. Shot clock down to 10, and turnover by Hooker on the breakout, and hitting the layup. Grace Essling with the first points of the ball game. Nice job by Ava not to pick up the early foul there, challenging the shot, but not picking up the foul. Skaggs from three, long. Rebound comes off to a CPU, quickly down the floor. On the left-hand dribble, left-hand layup, no good. Rebound comes out to Channing Becker. She'll pull it back out again, 1-on-3. Looking for Zoe Allen down low. Ball knocked out of bounds by Denny Catcher, helping out on defense. 3 Stormont Pointers collapsing on Zoe Allen there. And that's what we've seen from teams early on here, trying to take the senior out, double and triple teaming her every time she touches the ball. We saw that in the first game here at the rack. And turnover by Ava Hooker, and sliding that pivot foot. The Raiders going to come out, full court pressure. The Raiders like to apply a little 1-2-2 full court pressure. And CPU has struggled with turnover so far early on here in the season. Raiders' typical man-to-man defense here. Shot by Kinshi is long. Rebound collected by Skaggs, and then get a reach-in foul. And catcher picking up the first foul of the game. And center point Urbana will do a little three-quarter court. 1-2-1-1 full court pressure. No problem there breaking that. And then they fall back into man-to-man defense. Zoe Allen gets it at the free throw line. Spins into the lane, kicks it out to Becker. Ava Hooker on the drive, gets fouled on the way up. So that does not count as a free field goal attempt since she's fouled, going to the free throw line for 2. Second foul already on center point Urbana. So the Raiders getting to the free throw line at a slightly higher rate than a center point Urbana, 35.1 to 34.7. But it's center point Urbana who sends their opponents to the free throw line at a 45.1 rate. As Hooker hits both to tie the ball game up at 2. Raiders sending their opponents to the free throw line at a 33.7 rate. So we'll see if that works out for the Raiders to win the free throw line and pick up the victory here at the Rack tonight. WaMaC Conference play. Turnover by the Storm Pointers. Raiders opportunity to take their first lead. Becker hands it off to Allen. Kicks it out. Sanchez on the drive. Down the lane. No. Rebound taken away by Stein. Long pass down. Lefty shot by Kira White is good. A center point Urbana back up 4-2. And CPU pulls off the press, picking up Becker at half court. This time is the junior Grace Essling. Ava Hooker on the drive. Nice job coming to a jump stop there in the middle of the lane. And that ties it up at 4. Raiders full court pressure. CPU no problem breaking that pressure. Macy Kinshi breaking the pressure. Gets it over to Essling. Her left-handed layup is good. CPU back on top 6-4. Becker gets a high screen. Was looking for the bounce pass to Allen, taken away by Catcher. Catcher now with the 3. Catcher came in 1 for 12 from three-point range on the season. But was second in three-pointers attempted last year for the Storm Pointers. Was 27 of 87, shooting 31%, taking over 70% of her shots from distance. Kylie Seward checks into the game, and she's fouled right away. That's what we saw last season. As a freshman, Kylie Seward led the WaMaC in free throw rate. So that's just a measure of your free throws attempted to your field goals attempted. Usually, in order to get to the line, you have the ball, taking a shot. So far early on the season, Seward shooting well from the charity stripe. Rebound taken away by Sanchez. Raiders down 4. Skaggs on the drive, left hand, and she'll get to the free throw line. That'll be Grace Essling, and that'll be the second foul on Essling. So we'll see what Coach Kellogg moving up from an assistant coach to head varsity girls coach this year. Decision to make early on here. So that counts as an offensive team rebound for the Raiders since they still are shooting free throws, and hitting the second is Skaggs. And steal by Skaggs, and she'll go right back to the free throw line for 2 more. That's on Kinsey. So that's already the 5th foul on center point Urbana. So the Raiders in the bonus for the final 3:41. And Essling is still out there with 2 fouls. And good on both is Skaggs, cutting the center point Urbana lead to 1. Raiders with that full court pressure. This time no problem breaking that pressure. Rotates it around. The 3 square on by Kinsey is good. Nice ball movement by the Stormwind Pointers, finding the open player at the top of the key. Becker looking for a cutting Sanchez. And say off of center point Urbana, Raider ball. Wilhelmi checks in for Essling with those 2 fouls. We'll see if she sits for the remainder of the quarter here. Skaggs gets it into Sewer, right back to Skaggs for the corner 3. No good, rebounded by Kinsey. Kinsey will bring it right up and initiate the offense. On the drive, Kira White, surrounded by 3 different Raiders, able to kick it out. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Stein, no, rebounded away by Hooker. Get some help from Skaggs. On the drive, Hooker off board, good. Cuts the Stormwind Pointer lead to 2. Just over 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Center point Urbana leading the Raiders 12-10. Miller being guarded by Sanchez. Looking for Stein down low, poked away by Sewer. Up to Skaggs, no. Rebounded by Ava Hooker, kicks it out to Sanchez. Her 3 is no good. And the rebound taken away by Wilhelmi. Quickly down the floor, Miller blocked by Sewer, and Sewer comes away with the ball. Gets some help from Skaggs. Now to Becker. Ava Hooker on the drive, kicks it out to Skaggs. Right-hand corner 3, no. Rebound bounces to Stein, and timeout taken by Coach Kellogg. So early on in the season, center point Urbana has struggled shooting 27% so far on the season. Here in the first quarter, they are 5 for 9, 56%, 2 for 3 from three-point range. Came in shooting 18%. That's an effective field goal percentage of 67% here so far in the first quarter. Raiders also with some hot shooting, 6 for 9 from the field, 0 for 2 from three-point range. So that's 6 for 7 from two-point range. And that's what teams have been doing against the Stormwind Pointers so far in the season, is attacking inside. Raiders, that's what leads to the fouls, and the Raiders getting to that charity stripe, 6 of 7 from the free throw line so far here in the first quarter. Raiders keeping that full court pressure on. Tenley Sanchez checks in for the first time. Essling able to break the pressure. Ball fake, able to get into the middle of the lane was Catcher. And Kylie Sewer is going to pick up the foul. That's the first foul on the Raiders. Center point Urbana in the bonus, has 5 fouls for the Raiders in the bonus. Haven't had any bonus free throws quite yet, and that's what we've seen. Long three, good by Denny Catcher. Her second long three of the game puts center point Urbana back up by 5, under a minute to go here in the first quarter. Zoe Allen back in along with Sewer. The Twin Tower look for the Raiders on the drive. Becker, no. Rebound taken away by Kinchy. Gets it up to Wilhelmi. Back to Kinchy. Miller looking for a cutting Essling. Ball's poked away. And here comes Sanchez. Tenley Sanchez doubled. Looking for Hooker. Stolen away and then poked away and stolen away by Sewer. The Raiders get it right back. 15 seconds to go in the quarter. Sewer gets it to Becker into the middle of the lane. Kicks it over to Sanchez. Her three, no. Rebound by Hooker and stepped on the end line. 5.4 to go. Let's see if the Raiders adjust this pressure a little bit to make sure center point Urbana not able to get the ball up quickly up the floor. Get it into Essling. She gets all the way to the basket but leaves the layup just a little bit short. For a 5-point lead for center point Urbana at the end of the first quarter, 15-10. Center point Urbana shooting 6 for 10 in that first quarter, 3 for 4 from three-point range. Perfect 2 for 2 for Denny Catcher. Macy Kinchy with the other 3 made. Center point Urbana does not get to the free throw line. And nice job by the Raiders on the defensive boards, not giving an offensive rebound to the Storm Pointers. The Raiders go 5 for 11 from the field. Collected 2 offensive rebounds. So hot shooting early on by both teams. The Raiders staying in the game, getting to the free throw line. 11 free throw attempts so far for the Raiders. Center point Urbana will start off with the first possession here as the Raiders won the opening tip. Camille Burrington into the game for the first time. Along with Adeline Stein, so they're trying to center point Urbana matching the Raiders' size with Zoe Allen and Kylie Sewer on the floor. Long three by Catcher again. That's off front iron. Rebound taken away by Hooker. Quickly into the offensive end. Defense was sloughing off. Becker thought about the three. Zoe Allen, right elbow. And gives up her dribble, looking for some help. Gets it from Sewer. Shot clock down to 10. Skip pass over to Sanchez. Hits Zoe Allen in the lane. A left-hand runner, no. Rebound taken away by Burrington. Center point Urbana quickly back into the offensive zone. Essling on the drive. Got just past Ava Hooker, and Ava has to reach in on the shot. That's her first personal foul. First free throw attempts. Hits them both, 17-10, largest lead for Center Point Urbana of 7 points. Skaggs on the drive, looking for Becker, unable to hold on to the pass, out of bounds. Rays will keep up that full court pressure. The Raiders fall off. Essling will bring it across the midcourt stripe. Sewer switches on to Essling, kicks it into the left-hand corner. 3, no good by White. A foul on the Raiders on the rebound. Kylie Sewer picks up her second personal, and Zoe Allen hops up off the bench, checks in for her. The Raiders get a 5-second violation. Essling couldn't find anybody. Not a whole lot of movement there by Center Point Urbana on that inbounds play. So that counts as a team turnover then for Center Point Urbana. Storm Pointers up 17-10. Sanchez looking for Zoe Allen down low, taken away by the Storm Pointers. And then ball is poked away by Channing Becker. And then turnover on Skaggs, trying to gain control of the ball. So Essling on the floor with those 2 fouls. And Kylie Sewer with 2 fouls for the Raiders. Essling being guarded up top by Ava Hooker. Poked away by Hooker. Here comes Becker. He has Skaggs on the right-hand side. Nice job hustling back Adeline Stein. Able to stop Skaggs from collecting that and going up for the layup. Sanchez double teamed up top. Stolen away. Essling on the drive. Too hard off the board. Rebound taken away by Ava Hooker. Hooker gets a screen from Zoe Allen. Ball poked away by catcher. Here comes Stein. Her drive, left hand, no. Rebound, and no by White, but she's fouled. Foul on Channing Becker. That's her first, 3rd team foul on the Raiders. In the first quarter, it was Center Point Urbana who quickly got into foul trouble. Raiders unable to take advantage and continue to get to the free throw line. Not gaining any bonus free throws in that first quarter. In the second quarter here, it's the Raiders now with 3 fouls, and no fouls so far on Center Point Urbana. Second comes up just short. Scramble for the rebound, collected by Zoe Allen. (18-10), Center Point Urbana leads. Sanchez hands it over to Taylor Sanchez. Nice back cut by Ava Hooker, but unable to finish. Catcher kicks it back out. Stein straight on from 3. No. Rebound tracked down by Tenley Sanchez. Skaggs back to Sanchez on the right-hand side. Bounce pass on the right block to Zoe Allen. Left-hand jumper in the lane is good. 18-12. Raiders cut the lead down to 6. Center pointer Pana, no problem breaking the Raiders' pressure. Catcher steps inside the three-point arc. That comes up just short. Rebound tipped around to Ava Hooker. Gives up her dribble, looking for some help. Finally gets it from Zoe Allen. And Coach Days, I think, thought a 5-second call was coming pretty quickly there. And so calls a timeout. A full timeout. So far, center point Urbana 0 for 6 here in the quarter from the field, able to add on to their lead from the free throw line. 3 for 4 from the charity stripe. So Raiders with the possession. Zoe Allen with the mid-range jumper. Back-to-back baskets by the senior. Cut the lead down to 4. Largest was 8, so many little 4-0 run here by the Raiders on back-to-back baskets by Zoe Allen. Stein poked away. Allen comes away with it, hands it off to Becker. Raiders looking to cut in that lead a little bit more. Thought Becker was going to walk into a 3 there and then was looking for Skaggs as she was heading out towards the corner, but was tipped out of bounds by center point Urbana. Raiders will maintain possession. Inbounding, baseline, out of bounds. Skaggs gets it into Zoe Allen. Down to Skaggs on the right-hand block. Left-hand jumper in the lane is good. Raiders cut the lead down to 2. We're down to 2 at 12-10. And then center point Urbana goes on a 6-0 run to build it up to 18. Sanchez on the drive. Looking for the tie. No. Quickly down the floor. Grace DeSmit, a little bit too strong. Lots of family and friends here in Williamsburg for DeSmit. Raiders again looking to tie with a 2, take their first lead of the game with a 3. Zoe Allen, nice pass by Taylor Sanchez to tie it up at 18. And tied at 2, tied at 4, now tied again at 18. 3 no good, rebound taken away by Skaggs. Ava Hooker in the middle of the floor, drives to the basket, off board, good! Raiders take their first lead, 20-18. 10-0 run here by the Raiders. Essling on the drive, a little Euro step there. Ball poked away, here comes Becker. Hands it off to Ava Hooker. Nice job hustling back by the Stormwind Pointers. Little scoop shot. Nicely done by Kennedy Skaggs. And the Raiders extend their lead now to 4. 12-0 run. As we're going to get a foul called here on the Raiders. That's going to be on Skaggs. 3 new Stormwind Pointers checking into the game. Catcher Miller and Burrington. Essling still on the floor with those 2 fouls. And Kylie Sewer came on the floor. She's on the floor with 2 fouls. Looking for Burrington down low. Quick pass over into the corner. Miller gets it up top. 3 straight on, no. Offensive rebound by Essling. She'll attack the basket, no. Rebound, unable to control it. Back out to center point Urbana. Skip pass, Essling. In the left-hand corner, 3 is good. Denny Catcher again. Cuts the Raider lead down to 1, 22-21. The third 3 made by Catcher. Skaggs on the drive, gets it to Sewer, kicks it over to Becker. Her 3, that rattles home good. 25-21, Raiders back up by 4. And Essling got too far. Once you cross midcourt, anything that touches that line, then that's going to be a backcourt violation. And her right foot just touched that line. So that's a turnover. Now Raiders with 13.3 left. And Coach Kellogg will take Essling out of the game with those 2 fouls to protect her from picking up a third here. And jumping Becker is center point Urbana. Skaggs on the drive looking for Taylor Sanchez. Turnover, 4.9 left now for center point Urbana. And losing control of it, White. Sanchez did not get it off in time. They were waving that off. So your halftime score, 25-21. Raiders now in the lead. Raiders were down 18-10, largest lead for center point Urbana. And then the Raiders go on a 12-0 run to flip it to a 4-point Raider lead. 3 by Catcher to cut that down to 1. And the Raiders with the answer by Becker to put it back up to a 4 at halftime. 25-21, Raiders lead. So we'll send it over to Hudson Nunnally for some messages from our sponsors.
Unbelievable amount of devastation. I've never seen anything like it.
We had a beautiful barn that was gone in 20 minutes.
Farm Bureau stepped up right away and said, hey, we got you and we'll be there for you.
We were taken care of. Now we could get on to repairing and rebuilding.
I tell everybody about Farm Bureau.
We're fortunate to say we have good coverage with good people doing it.
Contact Shannon Slockett and Wendy Yelland in Williamsburg today.
Bellin Construction, Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been a proud Raider supporter for over 30 years. Our family-owned and operated business also takes pride in serving the Williamsburg area and surrounding communities. Whether you need us for new construction, remodels, plumbing service calls, or HVAC replacements, we have the experience it takes to get the job done right. From our crew at Belland Inc., go Raiders.
From up here, the world seems small. we can sit together.
Pain, hands, feet, it comes and goes. Neuropathy, pain strikes, and another drug or surgery just won't do. At least talk to Agape Chiropractic Laser Clinic for a consultation. It won't cost a dime. Agape has the only FDA-approved Class 4 therapeutic laser that just might be your answer. No drugs, no surgeries. Worth a call? Agape Chiropractic Laser Clinic. Call for a free consultation and start feeling better without drugs or surgery.
Quick look at our halftime stats. Center Point Urbana shooting 7 for 22 from the field overall, 4 of 10 from three-point range, and 3 for 4 from the free throw line for their 21 points. The Raiders 8 for 21 from the field, 38%. Channing Becker with the made 3 for the Raiders. And the Raiders getting the line 8 of 14 for their 25 points. So Raiders will start off with the first possession here of the third quarter. Becker, Sanchez, Allen, Hooker, and Skaggs, the 5 on the floor for the Raiders. Catcher, Stein, White, Kinsey, and Essling, the 5 on the floor for Center Point Urbana. Ava Hooker with the 3 from the right wing, and no. Rebound taken away by Essling. Down the floor is Stein. Able to sneak down there by the basket and gets fouled. She'll go to the line for 2. And 2 for 8 on the season. Was 72% last season, averaging over 2 free throws per game. Good on both. Cuts the Raider lead down to 2, 25-23. Both teams playing man-to-man defense exclusively in that first half. Skaggs on the drive. Skip pass, and then tipped over to Hooker. Nice bounce pass, and tipped away, stolen away. Quick timeout there by Coach Kellogg as that 10-second clock in the back court was coming down. So only had 4 seconds. Center Point Urbana, after that scramble for the defensive rebound, was able to gain control of it there, and the Raiders kind of went into a quick little trap. Heard somebody talking, that's a rule they'd like to see changed, because then now that resets that 10 seconds with the timeout. The Rays will pull off, maybe still keep that at the 4 seconds to get it across half court. Nice back cut. White comes up short, rebound tipped out of bounds, and going to stay with Center Point Urbana. So that's an example of a team rebound for Center Point Urbana. Off the inbounds pass, long 3, a no good by Kinsey. Going to say it's out of bounds off of Kinsey. And rebound to the Raiders. Sanchez hits a cutting Hooker, jumps into the lane, comes up short. Rebound taken away by Catcher and fouled by Hooker. That's her second personal foul. So nobody with 3 fouls. Sewer with 2, now Ava Hooker with 2 for the Raiders. Nice passing, but getting a hand on it was Zoe Allen for the block. Hopping into the lane is Kinsey, and she's fouled by Becker. That'll be the second foul on Becker. So now 3 Raiders with 2 fouls each. Catcher and Essling with 2 fouls for Center Point Urbana. Second free throw, no, but chasing down the rebound is Catcher. Swinging over to Essling. She knew that was off right away. And Becker chases down the rebound. Looking for Zoe Allen, poked away and stolen by Essling. She drives and is fouled by Zoe Allen. So that'll be Zoe Allen's second foul. So just as we say, nobody in foul trouble. Now 4 Raiders with 2 fouls each. Nobody quite to 3 yet, but 4 Raiders with 2. And the Raiders now with 4 team fouls already here in the third quarter. Essling good on the first. Last year shot 74% from the charity stripe. 73% so far this season. Second one rattles out. Again, offensive rebound by center point Urbana on the missed free throw. In the lane, no. Rebound taken away by Sewer. Ava Hooker on the drive. Nice job by Sewer. Kind of blocking and giving her a lane to shoot. But that rams out. In and out. Nice block by Hooker as Stein brought that into the lane. Looking for Stein again. Poked away, stolen away. Here comes Sanchez. And the pass just off the fingertips of Becker out of bounds. Tenley Sanchez will check in for Taylor. Raiders putting on their full court pressure. Get it inbounded to Kinchy. Becker, man-to-man full court pressure, tips it away, so it's fine to go into the backcourt. Essling almost right again with that mid-court stripe. Gets into the lane, lefty runner, no. Rebound, nice job keeping that up nice and high. Nice pass up court, nice turnaround layup by Tenley Sanchez. Raiders lead by 3, 27-24. Sewer, nice job to start that out, keeping that rebound nice and high. Gets the pass out to the wing. Head up, hitting Tenley Sanchez, flying down the court for the layup. Catcher in the lane, lefty runner is good. CPU cuts it back down to 1. Quickly, Tenley Sanchez for 3, no. Rebound chased down by Sewer. Ava thought about the 3, drives into the lane, and nice job ripping it away by Lily Miller. Essling over to Wilhelmy. White spins into the lane. No, rebound. Another offensive rebound, Wilhelmy this time, and she's fouled by Tenley Sanchez. So that'll be the 5th foul on the Raiders. And Wilhelmy will head to the free throw line. One for 2 on the season. Hits that one to tie the game up at 27. Second one rims no good. Rebound taken away by Ava Hooker. All knotted up at 27. 6-2 so far in the scoring here in the third quarter for Center Point Urbana. Skaggs gets it tipped away, stolen by Denny Catcher. Hands it off to Essling. Essling on the drive, lefty, runner, off glass, good. Center Point Urbana takes the lead back again. Last led 18-16, now leading a 29-27. Becker gets in the lane, her runner off glass, that rims out no good. Rebound by Sewer. That rims off no good. She hands it off to Hooker. Her shot is no good. And rebound taken away by Center Point Urbana. Foul on the Raiders. And that's going to send Center Point Urbana to the free throw line. 3 good looks at the rim. None of them fall. And then you get frustrated and get the reach-in foul, and in the bonus, CPU heads to the free throw line. First one rims off no good. Denny Catcher at the charity stripe, 0 for 2 so far on the season. Was 6 for 15 last year. Hits the second. CPU by 3, 30-27, under 3 to play in the third quarter. Hooker being guarded by Catcher. Gets it to Zoe Allen, thinks about the 3, takes the 3, off front iron, no good. Poked away by Sewer, corralled by Becker. Sanchez, bounce pass, Zoe Allen, looking for Ava Hooker on the right side, and stolen away by Center Point Urbana. And then Catcher was looking for Miller, and Miller cut back door. And good job by the officials communicating there. I think one official thought maybe Tenley Sanchez got a finger on it, but that just went straight out of bounds. Nice job communicating, because that is the right call. And Becker being harassed by Lily Miller. Sanchez being guarded by Kinsey. Gets it down low. Sewer, no. Rebound tipped out to Becker. 2 Storm Pointers on the ground, and that's an easy layup then for Sewer. Raiders cut the Storm Pointer lead down to 1, 30-29, under 2 to play in the third quarter. Long 3 off back iron, no good. Rebound off the hands of Kinsey, out of bounds. Raiders with a chance here now to take the lead. First time Center Point Urbana goes to a zone. Shooting over top of the zone is Ava Hooker. Nice job by Essling, flying in for the rebound, losing her footing, but keeping the dribble alive and then getting it over to teammate Denny Catcher. And then Coach Kellogg again calling timeout to save the possession there, because she was down on a knee and being double teamed in the corner. So Center Point Urbana 3 for 8 here in the third quarter. Again, they're getting to the free throw line. 5 free throws made, with the Raiders getting into the bonus here. 5 fouls, no fouls on Center Point Urbana so far. Raiders only with 2 field goals made. 2 for 11 here in the third quarter. Center Point Urbana with the ball, up 30-29. Stolen away by Becker, up to Sewer. Takes it and is fouled by Kinsey. First foul on the quarter, but Sewer going to the free throw line for 2. So Raiders won the free throw line in the first quarter. And it's been more Center Point Urbana from the charity stripe since. Chance to tie it here. Seward perfect on that. We're all knotted up at 30. One, two, two, three-quarter court press by the Raiders. Able to get over to Stein. White on the dribble against Zoe Allen. Poked away by Zoe Allen. Possession will stay with Center Point Urbana. Down to 20 on the shot clock. Under a minute in the quarter. So if we've seen issues, and inbounded right to Zoe Allen, she'll bring it up, and reversal of roles there. Looking at Channing Becker coming down. Normally you want the guard feeding the post for those shots. So Raiders will pull it back out, reset it. On the drive, Ava Hooker off glass is good. Raiders back in the lead, 32-30. Essling fouled by Ava Hooker. So Essling will go back to the free throw line. Third foul on Ava. Kennedy Skaggs hops up. She'll probably come in, so that way she doesn't pick up that fourth foul here in the last 29.1. Essling first one, good. Second high arcer is good as well. Burback knotted up at 32. See how the Raiders play this last possession here. See if they hold it out for one shot as they have the remainder of the quarter. So 30-second timeout taken by Coach Dacey to exactly draw that up as to what she's looking for here. Do you attack and take the first good shot? Do you hold it out till about 10 seconds and then run the offense? And try to take that lead into the fourth quarter. All knotted up at 32. Tenley Sanchez in the corner looking for Zoe Allen. Bounce pass. And we're going to get a hold on Stein. Okay, not a foul that you really complain about. Now there's only 12 seconds left, and you still have fouls to burn here in the quarter. That's only the first foul on Stein. Zoe Allen gets it, kicks it back out to Skaggs. Skaggs running lefty, rims and falls. 34-32, 3 seconds left. And that shot does not, off back iron, but no, that would not have counted. So 34-32, Raiders lead by 2 at the end of 3. So with Center Point Urbana, that led for the first quarter, led by 5, 15-10 at the end of the first quarter, led by as many as 8, 18-10 early on in the second quarter. And then the Raiders went on a 12-0 run to lead by 4, 22-18, led by 4 at halftime, 25-21. Center Point Urbana then goes on a 9-2 run to lead by 3, 30-27. And then the Raiders answer that with a 7-2 run to grab the lead back by 2, 34-32. So Raiders up 34-32 as we start the fourth quarter. Free throw line and offensive rebounding for center point Urbana, helping them out. 10 of 16 in that third quarter. Grabbed 6 offensive rebounds. Center point Urbana starting with the first possession here of the fourth quarter. Stein being guarded by Zoe Allen. Back cut by Essling, fouled by Skaggs. Essling back to the free throw line. 5 for 6 so far on the night. Averaged 1.8 free throws last year. Averaging 5.5 free throws so far this season. Perfect on both of those. We're all knotted up back at 34. Becker, Skaggs, Sanchez, Hooker, and Allen, the 5 on the floor to start the fourth quarter for the Raiders. Zoe Allen, jump stop, comes up short. Rebound taken away by Catcher. Catcher, White, Essling, Kinchy, and Stein, the 5 on the floor for center point Urbana. Long 3, left wing, comes up short by Kinchy. Rebound taken away by Ava Hooker. Looking for Zoe Allen, poked away by Stein. Ava Hooker triggers into Becker. And jumping at Becker. Gets it to Sanchez. Her 3. Good. Raiders back in the lead. 37-34. The second 3 made by the Raiders in the game. And that puts them into the lead. Essling on the drive on Becker. Kicks it out. Rotate. White. Rotate the ball back around, stepping into a 3, moving to the left, tough, but long shot, long rebound, blocked by Zoe Allen. And Becker's bounce pass knocked out of bounds by Stein. Raiders will maintain possession, baseline out of bounds. Kenny Skaggs will trigger in for the Raiders. Gets it into Allen, fakes the pass out to Skaggs. That opened up the lane, takes it right to the basket. Man is fouled. Shot just rolled off. Zoe Allen heading to the free throw line for her first 2 trips to the free throw line here tonight. Extends the Raider lead to 4. That's the largest the Raiders have led all night. Second free throw off back iron. Her first miss from the charity stripe on the season. The Raiders again up by 4, 38-34. Catcher on the drive. Scoop, no. Rebounded by Stein. Her putback rolls off, no good. Fouled by Skaggs. That'll be her 4th foul. So Kenny Skaggs, the first one with 4. Ava Hooker with 3. Stein comes up short on the first free throw. Skaggs will head to the bench. Kylie Seward checking in for her. Good on the second. Cuts the lead down to 3. Becker being harassed up the floor by Essling. Gets it over to Ava Hooker. Back to Becker. Driving baseline. Swing it back around. Nice scrambling defense by center point Urbana. Stein comes away with the rebound. Essling, chance to tie it here with a 3. Reading that pass, nice job, Taylor Sanchez. Knocks it out of bounds. Into the corner to Essling. Cutting into the middle of the lane. Kicking it back out. 3. Off front iron. Rebound by Allen. Hands it off to Becker. Being harassed all the way up the floor by Essling. Sewer hitting a cutting Sanchez. Off glass. Good. And she'll go to the free throw line for 1. The and 1. Raiders' largest lead of 5, 40-35. Sanchez takes the bump, able to finish the shot off glass. And perfect on the and 1. Raiders now lead by 6, 41-35. Willie Miller checking in for Kinsey. Raiders a little half-court trap here. And hits Stein. Nice pass by Essling. Any quarterback would be jealous of that pass. Perfect. Right on the money to Stein in the middle of the lane. And she puts it in. Cuts the Raiders lead down to 4. Zoe Allen on the drive against Stein. Picks up her dribble. Skips it over. Stolen away by Essling. Essling against Becker on the drive, and she gets it to go. 41-39. Nice job moving the ball up the floor. Becker to Sanchez, hitting a cutting Allen. She's fouled, and she'll go to the free throw line. Third foul on catcher. Third team foul on center point Urbana. Zoe Allen perfect on the first. And the second. Back up to a 4-point lead, 43-39. Largest Raider lead has been 6, 41-35. Raiders back with their full court man-to-man pressure. Poked away by Tenley Sanchez. Going to maintain possession. Now the difference here, though, is after the made free throw, you can run the baseline. Now you're stationary. This makes that a little bit more challenging, but no problem for the Storm & Pointers, breaking the Raider pressure. Essling at the top. Hands it off, catcher, back to Essling. On the drive against Becker. Down to 15 on the shot clock. Essling now down to 10. Stein, almost stolen away by Sanchez, Taylor Sanchez. Down to 2, long 3. Comes up short, offensive rebound, but that's after the buzzer. So that counts as a team turnover then for center point Urbana. Raiders up 4 with the ball. Chance to match their largest lead with a basket. Tenley Sanchez gets it down to Sewer at the left elbow. Kicks it over to Taylor Sanchez on her crossover. Stolen away by Kinsey. Going to get a jump. Jump's going to stay with the Raiders. So 16 on the shot clock then. Gets it inbounded to Ava Hooker. Down to 10 on the shot clock. Ava on the drive against Stein. Kicks it back out to Sanchez. Over to Becker. Down to 5. Becker on the drive. Well, since center point Urbana, they're going to go ahead and play that. Stein with the catch. On the catch, got a little bit too far under the basket. Kicks it back out. 3. Oh, my goodness. Bounced in and out, back in and back out again. Here come the Raiders. Becker gives up her dribble, and Coach Dacey's going to call a timeout. Seeing the sophomore in trouble there. Don't give up your dribble until you have somewhere to go with the ball. So full timeout. Drop of possession. Raiders led by 6. Largest lead of the game, 41-35. Center point Urbana quickly cuts that back down to 2, 41-39. Raiders now back up by 4, 43-39. So far here in the fourth quarter, center point Urbana 5 for 11. Excuse me, that's the Raiders here in the fourth quarter. Center point Urbana 2 for 7 so far in the quarter. 0 for 5 from three-point range. Raiders 5 for 11. Get the ball into Becker, being guarded by Essling. Sewer looking at Cutter Ava Hooker, back up top on the drive. Becker. Now Tenley Sanchez kicks it over to Taylor Sanchez. Another 3 is good. 46-39. Raiders up by 7. 2 minutes to go. Stein on the drive. Saving it in the corner. Catcher back up top. White hits a cutting Stein on the run. Her shot is good and fouled. Stein looking to answer the Raider 3 with a old-fashioned three-point play. Hits the free throw. Lead back down to 4. Almost stolen away by White. Gets it into Becker. Becker breaking the pressure all by herself. Now gets some help from Ava Hooker. And going to get a bump. Which if you're center point at this point of the game, you're probably not, you want to foul, so that way your next foul, you can send him to the free throw line. Minute 40 left. You don't want to get in that position where you're fouling and time is coming off the clock too late in the game. Ava Hooker, stop, pop, no. Rebound taken away by Essling. Raiders up by 4. Catcher on the drive. Layup, no. Hooker was out of bounds. So that's going to stay with center point Urbana. Zoe Allen checking back in. Essling triggering in, baseline out of bounds. Gets it to Catcher. Back to Essling in the corner. 3 from the right corner, no. Nice box out by Zoe Allen. Corralling the rebound. Ava Hooker. Sanchez gives up her dribble, gets it to Becker. Center point Urbana choosing to play it out here. Time moving. Nice job by Sewer coming together on 2 feet there on the drive. There was a little contact. Thought there might call a foul, but no. And able to finish it off. And then Sewer with the steal. And then the contact and the foul. That's going to be the 5th foul. And Hooker will go to the free throw line. Raiders up by 6. Ava Hooker. Make this a 3-score game. First one, no good. Zoe Allen checks out. Tenley Sanchez checks in. Second one, no good. Rebound tipped out of bounds off of Taylor Sanchez, out of bounds. Raiders still putting that full court pressure on. We'll see how quick they pull that off to not give center point Urbana advantage if they break that press. 2-possession game. Get it inbounded. Essling gets it across the midcourt stripe. Drives to the basket. Fouled by Becker. Shot did not fall. So she'll go to the free throw line for 2. Third foul on Becker. Skaggs with 4. Ava Hooker, Becker, Sewer all with 3. Second one off back iron, no good. Rebounded by Sanchez. Gets it up to Tenley Sanchez. Nice pass up to Ava Hooker. Essling now, triple team, taken away by Tenley Sanchez, and she's fouled by Kinsey. So Tenley Sanchez will go to the free throw line. The freshman 2 for 3 on the season. And salt this one away. First one is good. Second is good as well. Largest Raider lead of 9, 52-43. Essling on the drive against Becker. Lefty runner is good. 52-45, 12.3 remaining. Raiders up by 7. Raiders shooting 56% here in the quarter with that made 3-pointer by Taylor Sanchez. And center point Urbana 4 for 10 in the quarter. 0 for 6 from three-point range. And 4 for 5 from the free throw line. So Raiders led by 2 at the end of the third quarter, 34-32. Center point Urbana tied it right away at 34. And then the Raiders have led the rest of the way, building their lead to as much as 9, 52-43. And currently after that last basket by Essling, lead by 7, 52-45. Raiders need to get the ball inbounded, be strong with the ball. 12.3 remaining. We'll see if center point Urbana fouls. Gives it into Becker, double teamed, and is fouled by Kira White. Channing Becker only 1 for 2 so far on the season from the free throw line. 5 for 10 last year in her freshman campaign. Perfect on both of those. Raider lead back to 9 points. Essling on the drive, off glass again. Another timeout called by Coach Kellogg. Right, early in the season, let's work on these end-of-game situations, even though we're down by 7. This is what we want to do. If it was a one-point game, a one-possession game, this is how we want to play it out. Raiders need to get the ball inbounded here. Hooker. Well, they're going to call a 5-second violation on the Raiders before the timeout. Ava had that clock in her head and was calling timeout. Center point Urbana able to get it into Essling in the left corner, but time's going to run out. There's your final score for our first game with the girls varsity game. The Raiders come away with the victory, a tough victory over the Center Point Urbana Storm Pointers, 54-47. It was Center Point Urbana that led most of the first half, led by 18-10. Raiders then go on a 12-0 run to lead by 4, led by 4 at halftime, 25-21. Center Point Urbana came back and took a 3-point lead, 30-27. But the Raiders would lead by 2 at the end of the third quarter, 34-32. Center Point Urbana tied it at 34 at the beginning of the fourth quarter, but then the Raiders led the rest of the way. A three-pointer by Taylor Sanchez put them ahead 37-34. Built their lead to as many as 9 points and end up winning by 7, 54-47. The Storm and Pointers' next game will be on Monday, December 8th. Stepping out of Walmart Conference play, traveling to Jessup to take on the Class 2A Jessup Jayhawks of the North Iowa Cedar League at 7:30. The Raiders are in action again tomorrow, Saturday, December 6th, against the 5th-ranked Class A Liberty Lightning of the Mississippi Valley Conference in a neutral site game being played in Anamosa at 3:40. The Raiders were supposed to play the West Delaware Hawks on Tuesday, but West Delaware is not playing a varsity schedule this season. So next time that we'll see the Raider girls will be next Friday night, right here at the Rack against the 5th-ranked Mount Vernon Mustangs. So now we'll flip the script to the boys, and since it's the first time we're seeing the boys here, I'll do my preseason predictions for the Walmart boys. Just a quick rundown of what my preseason predictions were for the girls. Walmart in the Walmart East, I have Mount Vernon, followed by Marion, Solon, Independence, Center Point Urbana, and West Delaware. Should be a good three-team race between Mount Vernon, Marion, and Solon for first place. And if the Storm and Pointers play like they did tonight here at the Rack, I could see them moving into that challenge in the Walmack East as well. In the Walmack West, I have Clear Creek Amana in first place, followed by our Williamsburg Raiders, then the Benton Lady Cats, Grinnell, Vinton Shellsburg, and South Tama. So for the boys in the Walmack East, I have the Center Point Urbana-Stormwind Pointers predicted to finish in first place. Stormwind Pointers losing Jackson Brinks, who was second-team All-Conference last year, who ranked 13th in the Walmack in assist. But CPU is returning two players who were on the first-team All-Conference in seniors Cooper Grimm and Kenneth Covington, along with senior Cale Essling. Grimm ranked 7th in field goals made, 5th in field goals attempted, and 10th in scoring, averaging just over 12 points a game, and second in assists at 3.9 to Jacoby Johnson of Vinton Shellsburg last season. Kenneth Covington shot 61% last year, which is the highest returning field goal percentage of any Walmack player, and ranked second in the Walmack in offensive rebounding, averaging 3 a game, and 5th in defensive rebounding, and 4th in total rebounds. Brady Kurt from Independence led the Walmack in offensive rebounding last season, averaging 3.1 offensive rebounds per game. Covington is the top returning rebounder in the Walmack and ranks 8th among returning scorers. Cale Essling shot 41% from three-point range last year, which is the second highest of any returning player, only behind Jaron Griffin of Marion, who shot 42% from distance last season, giving him an effective field goal percentage of 57%, which is the fourth highest among returning players, led by teammate Kenneth Covington at 63%. In second place in the Walmack East, I have the Mount Vernon Mustangs. The Mustangs are losing the Walmack East Player of the Year in Joseph Briesemeister and Cole Thurn, who was on the honorable mention team. But Mount Vernon is returning senior Kellen Haverback, who was my preseason pick for Walmack East Player of the Year, was on the first team last year, and junior Luke Rushford, who was on the honorable mention team last season. Haverback, who ranked second in the Walmack in scoring to teammate Joseph Briesemeister, is the top returning player in the Walmack this season, ranking first in scoring, 8th in rebounds, 3rd in assists, 2nd in blocks, and 2nd in steals among returning players. Junior Luke Rushford ranks 9th in assists and 5th in steals among returning players, and junior Seth Rushford ranks 10th in steals among returning players, along with junior Stratton Ellison and a senior Brogan Meyer. That's a solid starting five for Mount Vernon. In third place, I have the Marion Wolves. Marion is losing a first-team All-Conference Austin Goodrich and Grayson Critch, who was a second-team All-Conference, and Mason Wagner, who was on the honorable mention team. Austin Goodrich ranked 9th in the Walmack in scoring last season. Grayson Kirch led the Walmack in defensive rebounding and total rebounding. Mason Wagner ranked 5th in three-pointers made and 8th in three-pointers attempted, shooting over 40% from distance, taking 65% of his shots from behind the three-point arc, giving him an effective field goal percentage of 55%. But the Wolves are returning juniors Jaron Griffin, who was second-team All-Conference, and Tate Ray, who was on the honorable mention team last year. Griffin ranked 4th in the Walmack in three-pointers made and 5th in three-pointers attempted, shooting over 42%, taking 65% of his shots from distance, and Tate Ray shot 38% from three-point range, taking 62% of his shots from behind the three-point arc. Marion also returns Brooks Coates, who led the Walmack in blocks, averaging over 2 a game, and ranks 5th among returning players in rebounding, averaging 5.6 boards last season. In fourth place in the Walmack East, I have the Solon Spartans. The Spartans are losing Caleb Bach and Isaiah Zoski, who are both first-team All-Conference, along with Nolan Segrin, who was on the honorable mention team. Isaiah Zoski ranked 7th in free throws made and 9th in free throws attempted last season, averaging 12 points a game. Caleb Bach ranked 3rd in field goals made, shooting 58%, ranking 6th in scoring, averaging over 14 points a game, and was 5th in offensive rebounding, 2nd in defensive rebounding, 2nd in total rebounding. Marion's Grayson Kirch led the Walmack in defensive rebounding and total rebounds last year. Solon is returning juniors Maddox Kelly, who was second-team All-Conference, and Grant Gordon, who was on the honorable mention team. Maddox Kelly led the Walmack in steals last season, averaging 2.8 steals per game, and ranked 7th in assists among returning players. Grant Gordon shot 50% from the field last year and averaged 1.4 steals per game. In fifth place, I have the Independence Mustangs. The Mustangs are losing Brady Kurt, who was second-team All-Conference, and Braden Ritter, who was on the honorable mention team. Kurt shot 50% from the field and ranked second in the WAMAC in free throws made and free throws attempted, averaging 12 points per game, 1.5 steals, and led the WAMAC in offensive rebounding, averaging 3.1 offensive rebounds a night and sixth in total rebounds. Braden Ritter ranked second in three-pointers made and three-pointers attempted, taking 81% of his shots from behind the three-point arc, which ranked fifth and averaging 11 points per game. But Independence is returning senior Dawson Fueling, who was on the honorable mention team last season. Fueling ranks 10th in field goals made, 9th in field goals attempted, 6th in defensive rebounding, and 8th in assists among returning players. The Mustangs are also returning senior Bryce Christian, who ranks 4th among returning players in assists. Both Christian and Fueling started 21 games for Independence last year. In 6th place in the WAMAC East, I have the West Delaware Hawks. The Hawks are losing Griffin Lott, who was a second-team All-Conference, and Seth Jackson and Levi Wilson Breeze, who were on the honorable mention team. Griffin Lott ranked 9th in the WAMAC in free throws made and 6th in free throws attempted. Seth Jackson led the Hawks in rebounding, averaging 5 a game, and Levi Wilson Breeze ranked 6th in the WAMAC in blocks with 21. The top returning player for West Delaware is Paul Beswick, who ranks 10th in three-pointers attempted, 10th in defensive rebounding, and 9th in blocks among returning players. My preseason All-WAMAC East team is Kellen Haverback from Mount Vernon, Kenneth Covington, Cale Essling, and Cooper Grimm from Center Point Urbana, Dawson Fueling of Independence, Brooke Coates of Marion, and Max Kelly of Solon, with Kellen Haverback as my preseason pick for WAMAC East Player of the Year. In the WAMAC West, my preseason predictions: in first place, the Vinton-Shellsburg Vikings. The Vikings return everything from last year's team, including a first-team All-Conference senior Jacoby Johnson, second-team junior Colt Keppen, and honorable mention junior Cade Sutton and senior Jack Blaze. Jacoby Johnson was the most improved player in the WAMAC last season. Johnson had an efficiency rating of 5.2 as a sophomore, which ranked 61st in the WAMAC. Efficiency rating measures the positive production a player does on the court, adding a player's points, rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals, and subtracting out the negative things: missed shots, missed free throws, and turnovers. Last year as a junior, Johnson posted an efficiency rating of 13.8, an increase of 8.6. As a sophomore, Johnson had 109 points of production. In his junior season, Johnson had 317 points of production, an increase of 208 more points, rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals over missed shots, missed free throws, and turnovers. Johnson ranked 10th in field goals attempted, 9th in three-pointers made, 7th in three-pointers attempted, 8th in free throws made, 7th in free throws attempted, 1st in assists, 3rd in steals, and 8th in scoring, averaging 13 points last season. Colt Keppen ranked 4th in free throws made and free throws attempted, 7th in defensive rebounding, and 10th in total rebounds last season. Cade Sutton averaged 10 points per game last year. And Jack Blaze ranked 9th in three-pointers attempted, taking 93% of his field goal attempts behind the three-point line, the second highest rate in the WAMAC last season. Only Jace Kester from Grinnell took a higher percentage of his shots from distance last year, 95%, with 74 of his 78 shots coming from behind the three-point arc. In second place, I have the Benton Bobcats. The Bobcats do lose Ryan Spina, who was on the honorable mention team last year, along with Gavin Brooks, Luke Lang, Parker Mitchell, and VJ Schulte. VJ Schulte ranked 3rd in the WAMAC in blocks per game, averaging 1.6, and led the WAMAC in block rate ahead of Brooks Coast from Marion. But Benton does return first-team All-Conference senior Eli Patterson, second-team All-Conference senior Colton Pickering, and senior Brody Timmerman, who was on the honorable mention team last season, along with Brody Timmerman, Cole Jungi, who played in every game for the Bobcats last season. Last year, Eli Patterson ranked 4th in field goals made, 6th in field goals attempted, leading the WAMAC in free throws made and free throws attempted, 3rd in offensive rebounding, 6th in defensive rebounding, 5th in total rebounds, 7th in blocks, and 4th in points. Eli Patterson's my preseason pick for WAMAC West Player of the Year. The Bobcats also returned senior Carson Pickering, who led the WAMAC last season in three-pointers made and three-pointers attempted, shooting 40% from distance for an effective field goal percentage of 57.9, which was 6th highest in the WAMAC last season. Carson Nolan ranked 6th among returning players in rebounding and 7th in blocks. Brody Timmerman ranked 7th in assists last year. In third place, I have our Williamsburg Raiders. The Raiders are losing Race Heitman, who was second-team All-Conference, and Grant Hooker and Bryson Weegan, who are on the honorable mention team. Race Heitman, who is now playing a football for the Iowa Hawkeyes, ranked 4th in the WAMAC in offensive rebounding, 9th in defensive rebounding, 7th in total rebounding, 8th in blocks, and 2nd in steals behind Maddox Kelly from Solon. Grant Hooker is now playing football for the South Dakota Coyotes, ranked 3rd in field goals attempted, 10th in free throws made, and 5th in steals. The Raiders are also losing Swiss Army knife Bryson Weegan, who did a little bit of everything, scoring, rebounding, passing, steals, and defense, whatever the Raiders needed. Returning for the Raiders are senior Dylan Weiskopf, who was first-team All-Conference last year, and senior Grady Weegan, who was on second-team All-Conference. Dylan Weiskopf ranked 7th in the WAMAC in scoring last season, averaging over 13 points a game, ranking 4th in field goals attempted and 9th in field goals made. Weiskopf ranks 3rd in scoring among returning players. Grady Weegan ranks 7th in offensive rebounding and total rebounding among returning players. The Raiders also returned seniors Griffin Becker, who played in every game for the Raiders last season, P.J. Carey, who played in 20 of 21 games, and Colin Reed, who saw his playing time increase as the season went on as well. In fourth place, I have the South Tama Trojans. The Trojans are losing Jerome Capeu, who started 19 of 21 games for South Tama last season. But the Trojans are returning seniors Tanner Large and Cyril Edson, who were on the honorable mention team last year. Cyril Edson ranks 3rd in rebounding, 10th in blocks, and 8th in steals among returning players. Tanner Large ranks 7th in three-pointers attempted among returning players. South Tama is also returning seniors Nick Yupa and Marion Harris and junior Michael Henry, who played in every game for the Trojans last season. Seniors Barrett Jacina and Wesley Hannes also saw significant time for South Tama as well. In fifth place, I have the Clear Creek Amana Clippers. The Clippers had 7 players on the all-conference team last season. That is how CCA was able to go 15-1 in the WAMAC and 19-5 overall. The Clippers had WAMAC West Player of the Year in Andrew Rotzel, who was joined by Hayden Umorin and Robert Mead on the first team all-conference. Brody Clubb, Brock Hillsman were on the second team, and Cale Berry was honorable mention. Andrew Rotzel ranked 3rd in scoring, averaging 16.5 points per game, ranking 5th in field goals made, 7th in field goals attempted, 3rd in three-pointers made, 4th in three-pointers attempted, shooting a WAMAC leading 44% from three-point range for an effective field goal percentage of 60%, which ranked 4th and was 7th in steals. Leading the WAMAC in field goal percentage and effective field goal percentage was teammate Hayden Umorin, shooting a 64% from the field, making 1-3 for an effective field goal percentage of 64.1. Also leading the WAMAC in a free throw percentage, shooting 83%. Umorin also ranked 6th in assists and 9th in steals. Robert Mead shot 52% from the field and ranked 10th in steals. Brock Hillsman started all 23 games for Clear Creek Amana, and Brody Clubb started 21, and Cale Berry played in all 23 games for the Clippers last season. Junior Beckett Bosep, who played in every game, returns for the Clippers, along with senior Ethan Weiss, who also saw some varsity action. In sixth place in the WAMAC East, I have the Grinnell Tigers. The Tigers are losing their top 4 players from last season. Derek Doty, who was on the first team all-conference, Ron McElrath, who was second team, and Brady Kaufman and Jack Hoops, who were on the honorable mention team. Derek Doty ranked 8th in the WAMAC in field goals made, 2nd in field goals attempted, 5th in free throws made, 8th in free throws attempted, to rank 5th in scoring, averaging 15 points a game. 4th in defensive rebounding, 9th in total rebounds, 7th in assists. Ron McElrath averaged 11.5 points per game, ranking 6th in free throws made, 5th in free throws attempted, and 2nd in blocks, to Brooke Coates of Marion. Both Brady Kaufman and Jack Hoop started 18 games for the Tigers last season. Grinnell does return Jake Van Coppernell, who started 16 games last year, along with seniors Keegan Hobbs, Jack Gallagher, Kellen Harder, Jace Kester, who came off the bench for the Tigers last season. My preseason All-WAMAC West team is Eli Patterson, Carson Pickering, and Carson Nolan from Benton, Jacoby Johnson, Colt Keppen, and Cade Sutton from Vinton-Schellsburg, and Grady Weegan and Dylan Weiskopf from Williamsburg. Eli Patterson is my preseason pick for WAMAC West Player of the Year.
Please do your part by exhibiting qualities of good sportsmanship. Share positive for your team. Respect the decisions of the game.
So let's send it down to PA announcer Nathan King for the starting lineups, sponsored by the Sundown. If you're looking for starters, a main course, or good beverages, stop on down to the Sundown. No matter when you'll visit, you'll enjoy great food and great company. Visit the Sundown Bar and Grill today to see what all the hype is about.
AC number 11, Noah Estlin. AC number 12, Kim Covington. And AC number 15, Kale Estlin. CPU is coached by Phil Klett, assisted by Jack Batchelor, Matthew Ditch, Dylan Humpel, and Casey Tupa. And now, let's meet the stars for your Williamsburg Raiders. AC number 3, DJ Carey. AC number 4, Kale Steckley. AC number 20, Dylan Weisskopf. AC number 24, Grady Wheaton. And AC number 44, Griffin Becker. The Raiders are coached by Brad New, assisted by Justin Otterman, Chad Reed, Austin Burns, and Logan Smith. Athletic training services are provided by Compass Florida Hospital and athletic trainer Brianna Freiberger. We would like to welcome game officials for tonight, Joshua Schaefer, Ben Hoberman, and John Woodward. The national anthem was played before the girls' game, so let's play basketball.
So let's take a look at the uniforms for the teams tonight, sponsored by Elite Sports. If you want your team to look its best, Elite Sports is a custom screen printing and embroidery company that's working with over 150 high schools and colleges in Iowa. They focus on athletics, but print for any business or occasion. Screen printing, embroidery, awards, and trophies, and custom artwork. At Elite Sports, their team of skilled in-house artists are available to assist with all of your needs. So the Raiders in the home whites. The Williamsburg W on the chest in red numbers. Winning the tip is the Raiders. Weisskopf denied at the rim, and quickly coming down for center point Urbana, throwing it down, Cooper Grimm. Region on the drive, going to pick up the offensive foul. So that counts as a turnover as well as a foul on Weegan. Grimm on the drive. Tipped away out of bounds. Was looking for Noah Essling down on that left block. Three comes up short. Rebound poked out of there. Coming out of it is Kale Essling. Grimm on the drive, lays it in. Weisskopf for three, long. Rebound tracked down by Griffin Becker in the right corner. Skip pass stolen away by Lapata. Up ahead, rimming no good for Grimm. Weisskopf navigates to the free throw line. Rims off no good. Rebound cleared away by the Storm and Pointers. Grimm with the left hand. And all 6 points so far for Center Point Urbana, scored by Cooper Grimm. Weiskopf gets a screen. Griffin Becker double teamed in the lane. Nice job by Cale Essling of not trying to get up with the ball there. That would have been a travel. So just held that position as he was fighting for the ball. On the drive, Cale Essling. And Coach Newt calls a timeout there with Center Point Urbana running out to a quick 8-0 lead. See if the Raiders can get something rolling here after that timeout. 1-2-2 full court pressure. And Trapp in the corner. Nice job breaking that. Weegan from the right-hand corner. No. Nice job fighting for the offensive rebound there by P.J. Carey, and that will maintain with the Raiders. Carey will trigger in. Looking for Steckley, and that's going to be an offensive foul on Steckley. He was coming up against that 5-second violation, so just had to get it in. Noah Essling, he's fouled. Nice passing by the Storm Pointers there. Essling set that high screen and then rolled to the basket as the ball rotated in that right corner. And then hit the cutting Noah Essling. Noah Banos and Colin Reed, the first subs off the bench for the Raiders, along with Rogan Ackerman. Banos breaks the full court man-to-man pressure. So far, both teams coming out man-to-man. Weiskopf on the drive. Going to call an offensive foul on Weiskopf. Noah Essling taking the charge. Long three by Bowden Kane is good. Going to get a foul on Kane. His first, second team foul. Raiders already with 4 personal fouls. There's the first bucket for the Raiders on a drive by Noah Banos. Put the Raiders on the board. And it's the free throw to complete the three-point play. 13-3, Center Point leads. Raiders man-to-man defense as well. Nice job by Grady Weegan cleaning up the rebound. On the miss by Hayden Covington. Ackerman looking for a cutting Banos. Off Banos' foot, out of bounds. Covington being guarded by Becker. Able to get it up and over Becker. Nice job by Griffin maintaining verticality there, not fouling. On the drive, Reed poked away, but going to get a reach-in foul. That's going to be on Covington. That's his first. Into Becker, right back to Banos. His three, no. Rebound taken away by Cale Essling. Quickly up the floor. Miscommunication there. Colton Hildebrandt was cutting back door, and Bowden Kane thought he was going to be there in the corner. Banos, three, rims all the way in and out. We're going to get a reach-in foul on Colin Reed. That's going to send Covington to the free throw line. So that's the fifth foul already on the Raiders with 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter. So the Raiders lost last year at Center Point Urbana, 64-42. Raiders shooting 35% from the field, 26% from three-point range. Center Point Urbana shot 50% from the field, 35% from three-point range, as Covington hits both free throws. Center Point Urbana also collected 52% of their misses with 13 offensive rebounds. Essling with the steal, gets it over to Covington. A left-hand layup, no. Scrap on the floor. Pass too high. Looking for Henry Engelbrecht. So this is the second game of the season for Center Point Urbana. They beat Central DeWitt 76-57 in Center Point last week. Rogan Ackerman on the drive. Ball was deflected by Covington, taken away by Cale Essling. Three, good. Bowden Kane with another three. And Center Point Urbana, my pick to win the Walmack East, up 20-3. As we take a look at our Capper Ford keys to the game. Find the perfect vehicle for your lifestyle at Capper Ford. See for yourself the Capper experience. The Capper Ford key to the game for offense goes to Center Point Urbana. As we've seen here early on in the first quarter, the Raiders were the 10th best offense in the Walmack last season, averaging 54 points per game for an offensive efficiency of 85.2 points per 100 possessions. The Raiders are losing their second and fourth top scorers from last season in Grant Hooker and Race Heitman, but the Raiders return their top scorer in Dylan Weiskopf, who ranks 7th in Walmack in scoring, averaging over 13 points a game, and Grady Weegan, who ranked third on the Raiders in scoring, averaging 10. Center Point Urbana was the fourth best offense in the WAMAC last year, averaging almost 60 points per game for an offense efficiency of 95.4 points per 100 possessions. The Storen Pointers are losing Jackson Brinks, who averaged over 8 points per game last season, but CPU does return their top 3 scorers from last year. Seniors Cooper Grimm, who ranked 10th in the WAMAC in scoring, averaging almost 13 points a game. Kenneth Covington, who averaged 11, and Cale Essling, who averaged 10. Reading the passing lanes nicely there is Cale Essling with the steal. Drive, kick out in the corner. Three-pointer, good. Bowden Kane again. That's his third three. Bowden Kane, a perfect 3 for 3 from three-point range to start out. On the drive, Rogan Ackerman fouled. That's the 5th, so even though he was passing, he'll go to the free throw line for 2. I'm saying the foul was Griffin Becker was fouled. He's the one going to the free throw line. Becker perfect on the first free throw. Long on the 3 attempt. Rebound tracked down in the corner by Essling. Quickly down the floor. Steps inside the three-point range. There you go. Make him move the feet, but gets the offensive rebound. Over to Lopata. Offensive rebound by Kenneth Covington. And he'll go to the free throw line. Kenneth Covington, 10th in the WAMAC last year in free throws attempted, averaging 3.5 a game last season. Weiskopf in the lane, fadeaway is good. Essling on the drive against Steckley, nice help by Carey. Kick out 3, no. Offensive rebound put back in nicely by Noah Essling. Steckley breaks the pressure. Becker to Weegan. Up top. Carey gets some help from Steckley. We'll call it travel on Carey. And a lot of times you see players stepping out of bounds on that sideline. Holding for the final shot here of the quarter. Weiskopf applying nice pressure on Cooper Grimm. High screen, driving, and getting it off glass, Kenneth Covington. Becker with the long 3 is good. Griffin Becker with the 3. Second made 3 in his career, went 1 for 3 last season from distance. But impressive first quarter there by my pick for Wamak East champions, the Center Point Urbana-Stormont Pointers, as they run out to a 29-9 20-point lead here at the end of the first quarter. 10 for 17, 3 for 6 from three-point range, perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line for the Stormont Pointers. Also grabbed 3 offensive rebounds as well. So only missed 7 shots and grabbed 3 offensive rebounds. That's grabbing 42.9% of their misses. Raiders go 3 for 11 from the field with the three-pointer made by Becker there. 2 for 4 from the free throw line. The Raiders won the first tip, so Center Point Urbana will start the ball here in the second quarter. And tipped out of bounds by Grady Weegan. Looking for Noah Essling on the right side. So Steckley, Carey, Weiskopf, Becker, and Weegan, the 5 on the floor to start the second quarter for the Raiders. Essling down to Kinnick Covington. Up top, Colton Hildebrandt, no. Cooper Grimm and Lucas Lapata, the 5 on the floor. Steckley, skip pass over to Carey, 3, that's long. Carey, third in the WAMAC last year, taking his field goal attempts from three-point range. And nice job by Steckley taking the harm, drawing the offensive foul. Center Point Urbana still coming out full court. Now they drop off, get the ball into Weiskopf. Gets the ball into the offensive zone. Becker, baseline, long 2, no. Rebound taken away by Essling, no Essling. Lefty runner by Hildebrandt comes up short. And Steckley looking to advance it up. Off a carry out of bounds. Colin Reed will check in for him. Cooper Grimm scored the first 6 points of the game. He's still sitting on those 6. Ball fake comes up short. Ball tipped around, taken away by Weegan. And then he's fouled by Hildebrandt. And 2 early fouls here on Center Point Urbana. Weiskopf being guarded by Grimm. On the drive. Kicks it out. Swung all the way around. Weegan. He'll take it into the lane. Runner, good. Quickly back on the drive. Lucas Lapata. Layup is good. He'll go to the line for one more. The and one. 5 new. Well, somebody's got to stay. Engelbrecht will wait. So he's coming in for the shooter, Lapata. And he nicely makes the free throw, so that way he can sub in. Weiskopf now being guarded by Bowden Kane. Up top, Banos to Ackerman. Colin Reed gives up his dribble, looking for some help. Gets it from Ackerman, down to 10 on the shot clock. Ackerman off to Reed, into the middle. Nice pass down low. Griffin Becker lays it in. Inadvertent whistle there. Inadvertent horn. 32-13. Cale Essling on the drive. Lefty runner, no. Rebound cleared away by Griffin Becker. Gets it over to Rogan Ackerman. Ackerman hitting a cutting Colin Reed. Had to get it over a couple of Stormont pointers and then just ripped away by Cale Essling. Bowden Kane. Essling on the drive. Gets past Ackerman. Ball fake. No. Rims off. No good. Officials, I think everybody thought it was going to be out of bounds. Officials let it go. Everybody's just kind of standing there, a little surprised. Weiskopf with the ball fake to the basket. Layup up and good. Three-pointer from the right corner is good. Henry Engelbrecht for three. Weiskopf on the drive. Nice job staying on 2 feet. Coming to a jump stop under control. Ball knocked out of bounds by Banos. Cooper Grimm checking back in. Kate Krebsbach. Take a look at our Capper Ford keys of the game. The Capper Ford key of the game for defense goes to Center Point Urbana. Raiders last season the 6th best defensive team in the WAMAC, allowing their opponents to score 54 points per game for a defensive efficiency of 85.9. Center Point Urbana ranked as the 2nd best defense in the WAMAC, allowing their opponents to score 51 points per game for a defense efficiency of 81.1. Clear Creek Amana was the top defense in the WAMAC last season with a defensive efficiency of 75. The Raiders allowed their opponents to shoot 42% from the field, 31% from three-point range, allowing their opponents to take 37% of their shots from three-point range for an effective field goal percentage of 48%, allowing their opponents to assist on 58% of their field goals made, allowing almost 12 assists per game. Cooper Grimm triggering in, sideline, gets it into Cale Essling, right back to Grimm. Essling, top of the key, straight away, three, no. Rebound taken away by Grady Weegan. Weegan will go ahead and bring it up himself. Over to Ackerman. Nice fake screen there, and cutting right to the basket is Weegan, and he lays it in. 35-19, Raiders cut it down to 16. I think if you're Coach Knoop and you can get this down into single digits by halftime, you'd be very happy about that. Three-pointer no good by Engelbrecht this time. Rebound cleared away by Banos. Ackerman swings it over to Weegan, right-hand wing. Back up top. Ackerman on the drives. Nice soft kiss off the glass. 35-21. Essling brings it back out up top. Long three, left-hand wing, perfect. Bowden Kane again. Three for three from three-point range for Bowden Kane. Grady Weegan on the drive, rims no good. Picking up the loose ball, back to Bowden Kane. Nice bounce pass. But as he collected it, was underneath the basket was Cale Essling, so he was looking for some help there from Hayden Covington. And ball is knocked out of bounds. That'll stay with center point Urbana. Loop it into Cooper Grimm, being guarded by Weiskopf. Quickly back to Kane. First miss from three-point range. Weegan to Ackerman. Oh, nice job there by Cale Essling on the loose ball, throwing off Grady Weegan out of bounds. Lucas Lapata checking in for Bowden Kane. Cooper Grimm gets the screen from Kenneth Covington. Gives up his dribble. Lapata being guarded by Banos on the drive. Drops it off for Grimm into the middle of the lane. Kicks it over right-hand wing. Three off front iron. Rebounded by Banos. Banos to Becker. Gives up his dribble, needs some help. Looking for Banos, stolen away by Lapata. And then trying to advance up to Essling. That's off him out of bounds. Raider ball. See if the Raiders try to go quick on this one. Banos. Ew, rims out. That was halfway down and came back out again. Turnover by Grimm on the pass. Now we'll see if the Raiders hold it for the final shot here of the first half. Ackerman gets it to Weegan, a left-hand corner three, no. Rebounded by Griffin Becker, too strong, but on the opposite side is Dylan Weiskopf to clean it up. 38-23. On the drive, Cooper Grimm too hard. Rebound pinballs around to Rogan Ackerman. He'll heave it up. Off glass, no. So center point Urbana came right out. 13-0 run to start the game, led by as many as 21, 32-11. But then the Raiders cut that down to a 14, going on a 10-3 run. Center point with another three by Bowden Kane to put them back up by 17. And the last basket there by Dylan Weiskopf for the 15-point center point Urbana halftime lead, 38-23. So we'll send it over to Hudson Nunnally for some messages from our sponsors. Quick look at our halftime stats. Center Point Urbana came out on fire in that first quarter, 10 for 17, 3 for 6 from three-point range for a 68% effective field goal percentage, but then only shot 3 for 13 in that second quarter. 23% making 2 threes for an effective field goal percentage of 31%. So the Raiders started to heat up, 7 for 15 in that second quarter. Going to get a reach around on Weiskopf. For our first foul, that's his second foul. So 3 Raiders with 2 fouls each. On the drive, rimming no good. Tipped out, though, by Covington. Essling resets the possession. Grimm on the drive. Off his knee, out of bounds. The Raiders cut the 21-point lead down to 14. Had a chance to cut it down even further. Currently trail by 15. Carey leaves it short, hands it off to Steckley. Steckley amongst the trees was looking for some help, turns it over. Grimm, skip pass. Lapata, 3, good. Lapata scored 15 points in their first game, 6 for 9 from the field, and made 3 threes, 3 for 5 from three-point range. Handoff, Weiskopf, fade away, good. Quickly down the floor, Cooper Grimm on the drive. Nice help from Steckley. Essling, rims no good. Rebound taken away by Carey. Carey gets some help from Becker. Blocking foul on Noah Essling. CPU's first foul of the second half. So Raiders and their chance to cut that lead down to 14, maybe even 13 with a 3. Only 3 made so far by the Raiders, by the big man Griffin Becker. There's a 3. No good by Carey. Took over 80% of his shots from behind the three-point arc last season. Essling to Grimm. His 3 front iron. Rebound taken away by Weegan. He'll walk it up himself. Gets a screen from Weiskopf. Rotates it. Becker, floater, wide left. Now on the block, double teamed. Able to get it back out to Steckley, who rotates it around to Carey. Down to 5, 4. See if the Raiders realize. Weiskopf, he does. He gets it up. Did get some rim on that one, but rebounded quickly by Center Point Urbana and throwing it down quickly, Kenneth Covington. Raiders draped all over him. Foul on Noah Essling. Banos, Reed, and Ackerman check into the game for the Raiders. Steckley and Weiskopf, the two starters, staying on. Got a hold on Lapata. Third team foul. Stolen away by Lapata. He lays it in. Lead back up to 20. Last led by 20, 35-15. Midway through the second quarter. Weiskopf loses the handle. Scrabble for the ball. Jump ball called. That's going to stay with center point Urbana. Nice hustle there by Cooper Grimm. Diving on the floor to get the possession for CPU. Bowden Kane on the floor. Just had one offensive rebound and 2 assists in their first game. Here he's 4 for 6 from the field, 4 for 5 from three-point range. Covington looked like he thought about the three, dribbles it in. Nice defense being played there by Colin Reed. Hayden and Kenneth Covington both on the floor together here. Shot clock down to 15. Banos at the left elbow. Weiskopf on the drive on Grimm. Poked away. Nice help defense by Essling. Here comes Covington and offensive charge. Stepping in, Rogan Ackerman drawing the charge. Officials doing a good job there communicating. So baseline official was looking at the official out front. Had a better look of the whole play there. So let him make the call. If he didn't have a good look at it, then he would have made, the baseline official would have made a call. And player control offensive foul. Ackerman. Region, swing it back around to Becker. Rotate the ball. Banos on the drive, it gives up his dribble. Ackerman on the drive now, fade away, off glass, no. Rebound pinballs around to Griffin Becker. Taken away by Covington. Throws it up to Grimm, up and under, no. Rebound, batted around. We're going to get a jump ball between Bowden Kane and Noah Banos. Alternate possession will stay with the Raiders. A little full court token man-to-man pressure here by center point Urbana. Rogan Ackerman, no problem breaking that. Again, stolen away by Hayden Covington. Nice job staying on the ground, not going up, and the runner is good by Cale Essling. Largest lead of 22 points here now for center point Urbana. Raiders had cut it down to 14. Nice pump fake by Griffin Becker to get 3 Storm & Pointers off their feet. He lays it in, cuts it back down to 20. Nice job splitting the double team there. Offensive rebound put back by Henry Engelbrecht. Becker on the drive. Puts it in, 49-29. Griffin Becker in double figures along with Weiskopf at 10 points. Ackerman picks up the loose ball. Just over a minute to go here in the third quarter. Coach Knoop will take a timeout, full timeout. So Raiders had cut it down to 14 points, chance to, with the possession, to cut it down to 12 or 11. Then Center Point Urbana builds it up to their biggest lead of 22 points from the end of the second quarter, midway through the third quarter here. So that's a 12-4 run by Center Point Urbana after the Raiders had cut that down. And you're thinking down to 14 towards the end of the second quarter, a couple more possessions. If you can get that down to 10 or under 10, which the Raiders had a chance to maybe cut that down to 12 or 11, a couple more, another stop and another score. At halftime, you're under 10, you're thinking we're in a ball game again. And now Center Point Urbana builds that lead up to the largest of 22, currently at 20 for the Storm and Pointers. Center Point Urbana 6 for 11 here in the third quarter. Still a perfect 7 for 7 from the free throw line. Raider ball, minute 12 to go in the third quarter. Grady Weegan trigger in. Weiskopf in the left corner. Drive, triple teamed, and goes off his leg out of bounds. Kane switched on by Griffin Becker. Banhaus guarding the 6'5" Engelbrecht down low. And we're going to get a hold on Banhaus. That's his first foul. Only the second team foul on the Raiders. Center Point Urbana with 4, but the Raiders not able to take advantage and get to the free throw line. Inbounded to Covington. His drive, no. Rebound taken away by Carey. Weiskopf on the drive. Lost it going up. Able to regain control and put it in. Team leading 12 points now for Dylan Weiskopf. Kane, another 3. That one off back iron. Poked away from behind by Banhaus. CPU maintained possession. 23.2 to go in the quarter. We'll see if CPU holds it for the final shot here. Stuckley and Reed check in for Carey and Becker. Poked away, but able to retain possession is CPU on the drive. Covington, high off glass, no. Rebound taken away by Weegan. Raiders now with 10 seconds left, able to get the final shot. All alone underneath, Colin Reed puts it in. Covington late. That would not have counted had it gone. So Raiders close the half on a 6-0 run. Center Point Urbana built their lead up to 22, largest of the game. 49-27. The Raiders close on a 6-0 run for 49-33, a 16-point lead here at the end of the third quarter. Center Point Urbana 5 for 14 in that quarter. Made 1 3 and did not go to the free throw line. The Raiders go 5 for 12 in the quarter. Still the only 3 made so far has been by Griffin Becker. Weiskopf leading the way with 12 points, Becker with 10. Nice balanced scoring for Center Point Urbana. Bowden Kane leading the way with 4 made threes and 12 points. Lapata with 8. Cooper Grimm scored those first 6 points of the game, still sitting at 6 points. Kenneth Covington with 6. CP with the first possession of the fourth quarter. Down low, Kenneth Covington taken away. Weiskopf gets into the middle of the lane, left-hand runner, rims off, no good. Loose ball collected by Weiskopf. Colin Reed gives up his dribble, needs some help, gets it from Steckley. Becker thought about the 3, swings it back up top. 15 on the shot clock. Reed on the drive. Weiskopf poked away by Grimm. Reed now down to 5 on the shot clock. Steckley, he'll take the 3. That's long. Offensive rebound, had to put it up quickly. Smart by Banos. He knew he had to get that up quickly. Tried to get it up off glass. Loose ball on the floor, comes away. Colin Reed. Here comes Steckley. Get some help from Becker. Becker in that corner. Swings it over to Banos. Now they finally get that rotated. 15 to go on the clock. Weiskopf. Cooper Grimm staying right with him. Back down to 5. And Coach Knoop's going to call a timeout here to draw something up with 5 seconds to go. So Griffin Becker was stuck in that right-hand corner again. Most of the possession, that ball was stuck in that right-hand corner. Coach Knoop calling a timeout, draw something up here with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. (49-33), CPU in the lead. Let's see what the Raiders get off here. 5 seconds. Get into Weiskopf, driving left lane. Nice defense there by Cooper Grimm, walling up. Was able to stay with Weiskopf on the drive. Essling being guarded by Steckley. Hildebrand over in the corner. Covington for 3. Rims off, no good. Rebound chased down by Krebsbach. Out of bounds to the Raiders. Ackerman, Weegan, and Carey checking in. Becker, Banos, and Weiskopf will take a seat. A little token full court pressure by CPU. No problem for Ackerman. Hands it off to Reed. Steckley kicks it back out, swing it back around. Reed gets that right hand block. Right hand off glass, good. Again, Raiders got it down to 14 here again, 49-35. Been here a couple of times. Nice block by Colin Reed on the help defense, and Steckley looking for Carey. A little bit too far out in front. Napata and Noah Essling check in for Krebsbach and Hildebrand. Essling hands it off to Lapata. Carey trying to deny it to Grimm. Able to get it anyway. Switching defense. Steckley now on Grimm. Down to 15 on the shot clock. Crossover drill by Essling. Gets him into the lane. Misses, but right there is Kenneth Covington with the follow. So the Raider defense collapsed on the drive by Essling. That opened it up for Covington to trail right behind. Now stolen away by Noah Essling, and he'll head to the free throw line. So 6 free throws by CPU in the first quarter, 1 in the second. This is the first of the second half. Raiders got to the free throw line for 4 free throw attempts in the first quarter, have not been back there since. Perfect on both free throws. 53-35. Build the lead back up to 18. Weiskopf back in the game. Gets it to Reed. Over to Weegan. Ball fake to the hoop. And he'll head to the free throw line. Just as we say the Raiders haven't been, here they go to the charity stripe. Grady Weegan heading to the line. Good on the second. And quickly scoring is center point Urbana. Building that lead back up to 19. Carey for 3 is good. 55-39. Cooper Grimm with the left-hand floater, no. Rebound, off Weegan, out of bounds. The Raiders keep on cutting that back down, 16-14, and center point Urbana always has the answer, building that back up to 20 points in terms of that lead. Led by 19, 55-36, three-pointer there by Carey. Second 3 made by the Raiders. Griffin Becker with the other 3, his second varsity made 3 in his career. It was 1 for 3 last season. So Raiders so far 2 for 7 here in the quarter. Making that 3 was Carey, and then splitting their free throws 1 for 2. Center point Urbana so far 2 for 6 in the quarter. Missing their only 3 attempt, but a perfect 2 for 2 from the free throw line by Noah Essling. He was a perfect 2 for 2 in their first game against Central DeWitt, the 76-57 win by the Storm Pointers in their opening game. This is the first game for the Raiders. Cale Essling triggering in baseline out of bounds. Cooper Grimm was coming into the center of the lane. Going to call a bump on Weiskopf. That's his 3rd personal. Second team foul on the Raiders in the 4th quarter. So Cale Essling to inbound again. Gets it into Grimm, being guarded by Weiskopf. Up top to Lapata. Cutting Covington. Off glass, no. Rebounded by Weiskopf. Becker needs some help. Finally gets it from Grady Weegan. Carey on the drive. Over to Weiskopf, right-hand corner. Nope, long. Rebound taken away by Lapata. Over to Grimm, being guarded by Weiskopf. Under 3 to play. Pull it out, run some time. Lapata steps back, 3. Comes up short, gets his own rebound and puts it back in. Came up short as he was fading away, stepping back on that three-pointer. But on the closeout, unable to check out. Nice following his shot. Weiskopf on the drive, spin. Rebound tipped, last off of Colin Reed. Hayden Covington checking in. Banos and Steckley and Ackerman check in. Bowden Kane for CPU. Bowden Kane, Lucas Lapata leading the way with 12 points. Kenneth Covington with 8. Also 7 rebounds by Kenneth Covington. Skip pass, Cooper Grimm. His first point since he scored the first 6 points of the game. He's now up to 9 with that 3. 60-39. That leads back up to 21. Again, the Raiders had it down to 14. 49-35, so that's an 11-4 run now by Center Point Urbana. Raiders cut it down to 14. Center Point Urbana builds it back up again to 20. Steckley swings it around to Ackerman. Steps through the double team. Banos. Tipped by Covington. Stolen by Covington. Looking for a receiver flying, and we're going to get a foul called on Weiskopf. As Noah Essling was trying to save it. Third foul on the Raiders, 4th foul on Weiskopf. Grady Weegan checks in for him. Minute 35 to go. Bowden Kane to trigger in, baseline out of bounds. Nice back cut by Grimm. Scored the first 6 points. He scored the last 5 now. And there's the largest lead of the night for CPU, 23 points. As number 23, Henry Engelbrecht set to check in. Grady Weegan, right-hand wing, gets it back out top to Ackerman. Being guarded tightly by Kane. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Skip pass, Steckley. Back to Weegan, 2, 1. Not enough time for Banos to get the shot up there. That's a team turnover then on the Raiders. And Charlie Hoffman checking into the game for the Raiders. Drew Foltz. Landon Batchelor. Mikhail Salo. Aiden Schuler in the game. And Noah Banos unable to flush that down, but cleaning that up. Sophomore scoring his first points. And Charlie Hoffman. Down low, Salo. Scrap it on the floor. Keenan Carey. Kane Stockton also in the game for the Raiders. Jump ball possession going to the Raiders. See if the Raiders can get one more look here. Vanos on the drive, skips through the double team and puts it in. So Raiders cut it down to 14. Had a chance in the second quarter to cut it down to 12, maybe 11, maybe a chance to cut it under double digits before halftime. But Center Point Urbana has the answers. They built their lead back up to 22 points, 47-25. Raiders cut it back down to 14, going on a 10-2 run. Center Point Urbana builds it back up again. The largest lead of the night was 23, 62-39. Last bucket there by Banos for our 62-43 final score. Storm and Pointers' next game will be on Tuesday, December 9th, hosting the South Tama Trojans. The Raiders are in action again tomorrow, Saturday, December 6th, against the Fort Madison Bloodhounds of the Southeast Conference at 1 o'clock. The Raiders will then head to Manchester to play the West Delaware Hawks on Tuesday, December 9th at 7:15 with just a boys game. The girls will not travel to Manchester as the West Delaware Hawks are not playing a girls varsity schedule this season. The next time we see the Raiders girls and boys will be next Friday night right here at the Rack against the Mount Vernon Mustangs, with the girls starting at 6 against the 5th-ranked Mustangs, followed by the boys. A big thank you to my triplets, Tasha, Trevor, and Tyler, for doing stats from Ames, and Zayden Lanhart and Cooper Bott for doing them here at the Rack. And all the technical assistance from Veronica Heitman and Todd Yelland. Thank you for joining us on our Williamsburg YouTube channel for the Williamsburg girls and boys basketball games tonight between the Center Point Urbana Storm and Pointers and your Williamsburg Raiders. Our next broadcast will be on Friday, December 12th for the girls-boys doubleheader, with the Raiders hosting the Mount Vernon Mustangs, with the girls game starting at 6, followed by the boys. Good night from the Rack, the Raiders Athletic Center.